Hello there.
Hello?
We have echo, echo, echo.
No, really. Oh, it's like ping. Will we come back?
No, okay. Now no echo. Uh, Hello there, guys. Welcome. Day 2 of Collabothon 2022. I know that some of you slept here. And the question to you is, did the lion sleep tonight as well?
With you, of course.
Well, and I hope that you didn't have any problems with the light, because then that would be a problem for you.
Why?
You don't know?
No,
How
really.
many programmers do you need to change a light bulb?
It's 0 or 1, probably.
It doesn't matter. It's a hardware issue.
Ooh. Okay, so let's start. And we've got a really cool guest right there. So, yeah, there are guys from the O'Reilly, and this is the time for the photo. They bring to us some cool books for you guys, and maybe we can show it. I hope so. Michal, are you? Because I know that hackathons are uh, tough. Yeah, you need to be actually really strong to make it. So remember to drink coffee, water, and this stuff because you need to be healthy and eat a lot of sugar for sure. And I hope so. This day will be better than the last one. I know some teams left. Yeah, we've got some problems on the morning. I hope did you made it? Do you have new team right now? We,
Probably yes, but we're waiting for this decision.
waiting for what? How many money? Or what is the question right now?
The question is it okay or is it not?
Okay, so the what you expected actually? Free food, fruit Mondays, multisport, normal stuff. Okay, everyone have it. Guys, in already, do you have this kind of stuff in your company as well? Like this? When you last time see the office actually? Office is like the building. This is like the big one with some programmers there. Wherever, I will show you later. Okay.
Yes, so generally today, calm, really calm, because we have some webs, of course, two webinars from our Google friends and one webinar from O'Reilly at the end of the day. And today, the main point will be feedback session, of course, and it will be between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. So generally, in our Discord, you have channels for every challenge. So if you want to participate in a feedback session, then just let us know in the challenge channel, and then we can just prepare a list, and then during the feedback session, you will see the list and we will know who will participate and what will be the order of presentations. Uh, just before feedback session, Isabella will tell you about rules of feedback session, but just a quick hint, you have 5 minutes to present your idea, and then there is a time for discussion.
Cool. So let's coding.
Yeah.
So
Remember that you can always go sightseeing to the zoo if you don't want to sit here, and maybe you will catch the eye of the tiger.
okay, keep coding and have fun. See you.
togglne.
Hello. It's working. I want to introduce Przemysław Tadeusz from the Google company, and he will be talking about serverless cloud functions and this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yep. That's the idea.
Okay. So go on.
Right. Hi. So, hi guys. I will be talking about serverless, cloud functions, Cloud Run, and stuff like that. Right. So let me switch to my presentation. I have a live demo. I hope it will work. It's not like always it works. So fingers crossed. Right. Let me just share my presentation then. Right. It should be visible by now. Right, so serverless workloads in practice with cloud functions and Cloud Run. That is the topic of today's discussion. This is something that I want to show you. My name is Przemek Tadeusz, and I work at Google Cloud. I've heard that yesterday there was a confusion what Google actually is, but I guess you guys have this sorted out already, so I'm going to skip this part, and I'm not going to talk about Google a lot, because you know that already. Awesome. That will make my presentation a little bit shorter. I'm the kind of a technical guy, cloud engineer that works with Krzysztof, who was presenting yesterday, and Patricia, she is going to present later today. A week ago, more or less, someone asked me from Commerzbank about sending some bit more detailed description and about my presentation, and came out with something like that. Story about basics of servers workloads, running Docker containers without breaking sweat, running apps without bothering about Docker, a DAG, and a flash-eating zombie. And believe me or not, but all of those components are actually crucial to my success here now. Although I must admit that I could have exchanged flash-eating zombie with something else, but I figured that this is going to be okay, and I couldn't think of anything, let's say, adult content that would fit that type of presentation that we currently have. So moving on. By the way, if you will have any questions, there's my email on the slide, so feel free to reach out to me later. If you will have any questions about the topic, I will be more than happy to answer. Moving on then, just quickly about the agenda. Google Cloud, just one slide. And this is not because I want to sell you Google Cloud, because you know already what Google is because I want to put things into perspective. But just bear with me. It will be important, and it will fit to the rest of the presentation. A few words about serverless. I kind of promised some time ago that this is going to be a lot of demoing, but I will start with a few slides. And then a few words about Cloud Run and a demo of a Cloud Run, and a few words about Cloud Functions and demo of Cloud Functions. That's the plan for today. I hope you guys are going to have as much fun as I have, or at least you're not going to be too bored after I will finish. Fingers crossed. Okay, that is the first slide. The only slide I promised that will be directly about Google. And as I said, this is to put things into perspective. When you look at the cloud, actually any bigger cloud provider, not only Google, but since I work for Google and since you already know what Google is, let's discuss about Google. It's huge. I'm just showing you a slide about infrastructure, about global infrastructure that we have. So you can host your workloads in Warsaw. You can host your workloads in Tokyo. It can be Las Vegas. You can start small and you can grow if you plan to have like global expansion. That's fine. We have hundreds of services at our disposal if you are willing to use Google Cloud or any other cloud provider. So it can be daunting at times, and I know that. I've been there. Actually, I came from an environment where I work with more traditional approach to architecture, traditional approach to hosting workloads. And when I started to work with cloud, it was overwhelming, to say the least. I get it. But my point, the point here is not that I want to overwhelm you. The point here is that I want to show you services that can actually help you with moving to cloud, that can help you grow, help you start. Because the actual reason for me liking the cloud in the first place is that actually I can start small. You can start small and you can grow. You can start with a single Cloud Run or with a single Cloud Function, if this is something that will fit your needs. And you can host it in, for example, Belgium, in Europe, because why not? And if your product, if your service, if anything that you provide for your consumers will be a success, hopefully it will, then you can grow, you can expand to Europe and even more than that. And this is the benefit of the cloud. The next slide actually kind of sums up how you can leverage not only cloud, but also serverless. By the way, when you look at it, for me at least, maybe I'm, never mind. But when we look at the slide, it kind of reminds me of a pyramid of needs, Maslow's. I actually stole the slide with pride from somebody else from Google. This is not my doing. I was kind of wondering if it was not if the person who created it was not kind of influenced by Maslow. Anyway, I guess I drifted a bit, and I don't want to steal too much of your time, to be honest. When you look at this pyramid, it kind of shows where and how you can host your workloads and what are going to be your challenges. So traditionally, and this is let's say, the world when I started my career in IT, if you start to host your workloads, back then at least, you started with on-prem. We had like multiple servers that we needed to manage, and there was like problems with internet connectivity that we need to handle. These physical servers that we need to buy and wait for the servers to actually arrive. The network hardware, physical security, because what goes is security via software is somebody just going to break into your data center. By the way, I have a story about that, because it's not on the slide, but you need to provide the power, right? And probably redundant power. So if something bad will happen to the one line, then there is a backup. And I was working, never mind what company that was and what project, but I was working in a company and I was working in a project where we have this problem that outside of the place where there were our servers, that the guy was working in an excavator. He was working at the building side of a new building, never mind. But at one time, he actually excavated a bit too much. So not only, let's say, ground, but also our power cable. And at first it was like, yeah, it sucks, but we have a backup. We did, but it was not connected to servers. It was just connected to elevators and something, but regardless, it was not connected to the servers, and we had a huge problem. So if you have on-prem, you need to worry about a lot of stuff that you probably don't want to worry if you are just starting your business, or if you have your business but still want to offload the boring stuff, the difficult stuff to someone. And the second layer, the green layer, is actually what cloud gives you. So you don't need to worry about internet connectivity, about the power, because all of the stuff for all of these data centers that are on the slide are by someone. Those are actually handled by Google. So you can rest assured that when we provide a data center in Warsaw, it will work, unless something really bad will happen. But I guess that at that point we might have different problems with that. Still, this is our problem. You don't need to worry about it. You still need to worry about scaling. You still need to worry about VM provisioning. You still need to worry about upgrades to your virtual machines, about patching, about some security issues that might happen. But a lot of stuff is actually offloaded from you. But I'm here today to discuss a last layer, and just part of it, because actually our portfolio when it comes to serverless is much bigger than just the Cloud Run and Cloud Functions. But this last layer, the application development, performance monitoring, this is the part that you will be bothering when you will go to serverless. Of course, there are some different types of services. We can think of, let's say, managed databases, some managed services, but this is a different story. We are not here today to discuss that stuff. Moving on to serverless. I guess I touched this one, so let's move to the next slide. I'm not sure how much you have experience with working with containers. So just to be on the same side and just to be on the same page while discussing the next topics, just briefly about containers themselves. So what container is, as it is kind of stated already, a lightweight unit for application. But what does mean in practice? this is not a lecture about containers, so without going into much details, colors that we see here pretty much sums it up. So traditionally, if you want to virtualize environments, we used virtual machines, apart from the fact that we want to use bare metal. But let's say that we want to have like an optimized solution and we want to use virtualization. So we have an infrastructure, and it's the same types of, let's say, hosting environment. We have a host OS, which is understandable, and we have a hypervisor. Whether on a server or on my local laptop that I'm currently using to present that session, you still need to have host OS, and you still need to have a hypervisor. So far, so good. But on top of the hypervisor, you need to have like a separate VMs that are going to that you are going to spin up on the hypervisor. And that's fine, because you can, in each VM, you can have your app, you can have all the dependencies, but it is a pretty much like a fully fledged OS. So you still need to have a lot of resources that are going to be consumed by the guest OS that you need to spin up in each and every single VM, which sometimes does make sense. I use it a lot, it's cool. But if you want to have something lightweight, if you are worrying about resources, if you want to start something really, really fast, then it's probably not a good idea to use that. That's the time where the containers kicks in. So the biggest difference is that you have, of course, you have infrastructure, you have a host OS, but instead of a hypervisor, you have something called container runtime. And this basically is a way of running those units of an application with the use of your host OS for the features that are required for those applications to actually use. But the container itself contains all the dependencies, all the libraries that are required, your application, but it's much lightweight. It's much lighter than the fully fledged VM. It's boot up faster. So, for example, if you have a VM, you need to wait, I don't know, sometimes it's like half a minute, maybe a little less than that, but still it counts in seconds. While when you spin up a container, it is a matter of milliseconds. So when we are discussing stuff like serverless, we need to have, since serverless is the last layer, the most lightweight, the layer that you want to use to offload as much as possible, we are going to use containers, because this is something that we can use in order to faster deploy our applications, to make them more portable and efficient. So yeah, this is pretty much what I already discussed, so I'm not going to focus too much on this slide. But the coolest thing for me, at least, about container is that it makes them portable. And you can rest assured that if you run something on a container here, then if you run this something on a container in the cloud, then it will work the same, without the burden of spinning up the fully fledged VM with all the dependencies, guest OS, and stuff like that. And since it is not dependent well, it is dependent on host OS, but since you can put into container whatever you like, it's okay, maybe overstated, because there are some workloads that it's probably not a good idea to host on containers, but a lot of them can be hosted on containers. Then you are not limited to like a subset of languages. You can pretty much use any language or library. This ecosystem of base images basically means that you can pull image that will already contain some dependencies, and you can just add additional features to that. So, for example, you need to deploy an app that will use Python. Why not? You just pull the image that already has Python installed, and you just add your dependencies to it and your application. That brings us to our first service, so Cloud Run. What Cloud Run actually is? Cloud Run is a service that is provided by Google that allows you to host your container. So if you have your app, you build your container, and you want to have an easy way to host your container, to deploy your workload in order for it to be usable by others, or usable inside your application that you are going to build and host on the cloud. And you don't want to worry about stuff like cluster management. or you want to offload as much management as possible from you, Cloud Run is probably a good idea, because what it gives you easy way to host your container. So you can just create your app, build your container, push it to cloud, and it will basically work. And there's not like there's some kind of ish vendor locking thingy or something under the hood. You can easily take that container and run it locally, and run it on your Kubernetes cluster. It's just a Docker container when you build that for the Cloud Run. So it allows you to deploy stuff in seconds. It allows you to expose HTTP endpoint. This is exactly something that we are going to in a minute or two from now. We are going to be in an application that is going to expose HTTPS endpoint. You can use custom domain. We are not going to do that, but we will expose our application to the outside world. Since it's a container, then you can use any language, any library. Again, it's a container, so it's portable. You can host it here or somewhere else. It is easier managing of that because you don't have a cluster. Don't get me wrong, I love solutions like, for example, Kubernetes, that gives you the way to have a cluster that will allow you to host your containers. But you don't always need to have Kubernetes in order to deploy stuff. It is great, it is awesome, but sometimes it just adds additional burden for you to manage that. Integration with GCP services, but I guess that's the other thing, and we are going to see that on the demo. One of the coolest thing about serverless, and I think that it was even kind of explicitly stated in a definition of serverless, is that it can scale from 0 to many, which basically means, and this is a fact also for a Cloud Run. Let's move to maybe this one. This is architecture of our application. So as you can see on the almost left-hand side, we have like container 1, 2, and container n. That means that if I'm not going to invoke my endpoint that we are going to create, I'm not going to pay for anything, and nothing will be running on the cloud. It's going to be like $0 for me. If I start to invoke my URL, then the containers will be automatically started by the Cloud Run in order to handle the load that is going to be that will occur. But if nothing is happening, then it will scale down, and again, I'm not going to pay for wasted resources. This is one of the most coolest things that for me at least, it is about serverless, that you can scale from 0 to hundreds or thousands of instances of your container. And one thing just to mention that since it integrates with GCP services with ease, you don't need to invoke that particular container with the HTTPS endpoint. You can incorporate that container in your architecture inside GCP, and you can invoke the container when something happens. So you can, for example, keep the container always up and running, and if it's going to serve some service that needs to be always available, fine. But if you just need to do some calculations when, for example, somebody will push a file to the bucket because you are using object storage to store images or something like that, you can still do it. That's fine. It will just invoke the Cloud Run. It will invoke the Docker container and spin up the Docker container for you only when it's going to be needed. Moving on to, and I assure this is almost end of the slide part. Moving on to Cloud Run. Since just spinning up the Cloud Run and doing a hello world is not going to be that interesting, I think, then I actually, both demos that I'm going to show are demo that I took from Google website, and there is a link. Feel free to check it out yourself. Feel free to use it yourself. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if you're going to have. It is publicly available. But Hello World, by the way, is also available, but I thought that more interesting will be do something bigger than that. So we are using Cloud Build to build our container. We are going to use Artifact Registry to store our Docker container in the cloud for, let's say, later use, that Docker that will be built. We use Redis because our application is basically a chat application. So I will have endpoint that I will connect to. Very simple chat is going to be rendered in the browser, and I will be able to discuss stuff on the chat. And I need to have some sort of a backend service that will store the data, hence Redis. And this serverless VPC access connector, this is not that relevant. This is only something that I've used in order to keep the traffic inside Google. So it's not going to travel outside to the outside world, to the internet. It will be a bit faster and it will be a bit secure because it will be kept within confines of the Google network. And the Cloud Run, obviously. Right, so let me switch to the demo part then. I hope it's visible. I'm currently in the Google Cloud Console, and on the bottom you see Cloud Share Terminal. This is something that I can start from the browser, so I don't need to install all the required dependencies in order to interact with Google Cloud. I can just invoke a Cloud Shell and it will start automatically. Under the hood, there is a VM and the storage that is provided for me to use. I guess it's irrelevant, but regardless, the most important thing is that I can use that to spin resources. So first thing to do, let's just make sure that we have appropriate region set up, because I want to spin the resources in Belgium. I like the region because I think it's the greenest in Europe. Right, so that's the first thing. The second thing is that since I've mentioned that I'm going to use publicly available example, then let me just clone repository. Sorry, there is not going to be much of a live coding. This is more about, let's see, me showing you stuff inside console and inside the terminal, because my time is limited here. And the repository is actually already there. So what I did, I just pulled the repository with the demo, with the tutorial. Let's move to the example. Node.js, I think it was run. Oh, by the way, ls. There is a folder with a lot of different examples that you can use. And also for the Cloud Run, there's a lot of examples, but we're interested in actually WebSockets. Right, so we are here. Normally, I would need to boot up a Redis instance, but since it takes about 2 minutes for it to actually start in Belgium, I'm going to skip this. I'm just going to show you that it actually works. You see that there's this serverless VPC connector that I created. I will show you how to build it, how to create it, but I'm not going to do it myself. Redis. Right, here's the Redis instance. I just wanting to mention instance capacity 1 GB. This is something that I will tell a bit more about in a second. If I wanted to spin it up myself, it is really, really easy. This is exactly something that I did previously, just it was just built yesterday because I didn't want to waste your 2 minutes. So that command that I currently posted, is it visible, by the way? I'm not sure if I can make it bigger. Oh, yay. Right, so gcloud, this is just like application that you need to download in order to interact with Google Cloud. Redis, so I'm going to spin up Redis. I want to create instance, hence instances, and create. My Redis is just a name that because I'm not that good at finding names. Size, it's not number of nodes. It's just saying to Google, hey guys, I need you to provide me the configuration that is going to be able to handle 1 GB of data, and just figure out for yourself. And the last part is region. I'm not going to do that because it already, I guess I can do that. We are not going to see anything interesting because it's already there. We are just going to see an error that it is already there. It's pretty much the same thing for a connector, but let me just show you command. That's pretty much it. So again, just what, where, so gcloud compute network, because this is a part of that component, VPC access, connectors, and I want to create a connector called my connector. Again, I do have a problem with names in Belgium. And range, this is every serverless connector requires to have like a separate /28 subnet for it to operate. So this is just me saying assign this IP range for that connector that is going to be created. Right, but I guess that this is not that much that interesting, because right, and let me do one more thing. I need to have IP address of Redis cluster. So I'm going to put that into environmental variable. And I want to deploy my app. So to be honest, the only thing I need to do here, I don't even need to build a Docker container if I'm using that CLI tool that Google is providing, because it's going to do that for me. I don't need to have even Docker installed. I don't, to be honest. And we'll see that in action. Let me just start building it, because it will take a bit of time. And I'm going to explain you what is happening under the hood. I just need to tell that I need to, I guess I could skip the beta part. The beta part is just to indicate that I'm using a beta feature, but actually it's not anymore in beta, so I could do it without this one. Anyway, what I'm saying is use Cloud Run to deploy my chat app. Source for this application is actually in this folder. Use this VPC connector that I created previously to connect to network. Allow unauthenticated means that anyone from the internet with the internet access will be able to connect to the application. Probably not good idea in most cases, but for our example, it is something that we actually want. Timeout, I guess it's pretty much self-explanatory. Service account, this is like entity that I'm using to authenticate with Google services. Don't worry, this is just a simple command, and it is also explained in the tutorial. And update envvars. This is interesting somewhat, because this is a way of telling our Cloud Run, our container in a Cloud Run, that there is some variable that you need to use in order to do something. In this example, I'm just pushing information about what is the address of Redis host to container. And this is actually something that is going to use Cloud Build in order to build a Docker container for me and deploy that container. We can actually see Cloud Build is something that is going to be explained by Patricia later today. This is a tool that you can use in order to create pipelines, to create CI/CD pipelines, to add some automation to your solutions. As you can see, this is pretty much over. And this was deployed, and there's URL. Hopefully it will work. Yay, it does. If somebody will try to connect to this URL, then he will be able to chat with me. I'm not saying that I have something very interesting to say at that point in time, because I'm, to be honest, a bit into presenting stuff, but still, it is doable. It's possible you can do it if you like. So the first demo actually worked. Hooray. Fingers crossed for the second one. This is, again, this is something built with the use of the Cloud Run, and we've built a Docker container from the source code. It works awesome. Just going back to this slide, because I guess I forgot about one thing, because I mentioned that it scales from 0 to many, and that many, it can really be many. I mean, hundreds and thousands of containers. But there's one interesting thing. It doesn't need to be like, if you are a user that is connecting to Google infrastructure, it's not like it's always one container per user. You can actually set this up in a way that is going to be able to handle multiple invocations per container. Is that you will need to set up your application in a way that it will be able to handle the concurrency. This is going to be up to you. If you don't want to bother about concurrency, still awesome, it will work. It will just spin up container each time that the new consumer will be trying to connect. Right, that's it. Thank you for that part, and let's move to the next part. So the next part is cloud functions. What cloud functions are? Cloud functions are also is also a serverless offering. It's also a serverless feature service that Google provides. I would say it's a bit simpler than the Cloud Run to some extent, and it is dedicated for a bit different purposes. The biggest reason on, let's say, if you look at it from a helicopter view, is that with the Cloud Run, you actually need to create a Docker container. Okay, a bit of a simplification, because as we saw previously, Google tools can create a Docker container for you, but still the container is there. With the use of cloud functions, you actually don't need to bother even about Docker container, because this is something that happens totally under the hood for you. And you only need to prepare code, you only need to upload the code to the cloud, and Google will handle hosting of the code for you. They are still, you can still expose HTTP endpoint, you can still trigger the function by an event, and it will scale from 0 to many. And the many will be hundreds or thousands if that will be requirement of your workloads. Of course, there are devil lies in the details, and probably if you would want to start something production ready with the use of both Cloud Run and Cloud Functions, then it's going to be good to just either ping me or check the docs. But still, if you are testing something that is awesome, and I've seen a lot of awesome tools created with the use of serverless functions that actually worked and were able not to only do some great things for companies that use them, but also save a lot of money. In Cloud Functions, though, since you are not the one who is creating a container, you are a bit limited to some extent, because we are providing the Docker that is hosting your service. Hence, we are providing container that is hosting your services, regardless if it's a Docker or whatever other technology. But still, the container is provided by us. So you're limited to a limited set of runtimes, like Node.js, like Python, Go, Java, PHP, Ruby, or .NET. But there's a lot to choose from. And Cloud Functions are dedicated for, let's say, short-lived invocations rather than something that is going to be long-running. But it does have similar set of features when it comes to, for example, triggering or exposing endpoints. And the same thing as for the Cloud Run, you can still configure them in a way that more than a single user with the use of concurrency will be able to connect to a single function. So it's not like every time will be a new function if you will configure it in a correct way, in an appropriate way. This is the architecture of a solution that we are going to build in 2 minutes, more or less. Again, I'm not using only Cloud Functions to prepare some sort of a hello world-ish solution, which might be fine, but I think that something more interesting will be in order. So Cloud Functions, which is obvious, Cloud Storage, and I will get back to that, why I need cloud storage, or maybe I will actually tell you already. So how this will work. This is a solution that we are going to provide a picture. It's going to be either a picture of a duck that I took at one of, let's say, bike trips that I had for a reference, or it will be a picture of a flesh-eating zombie, hence the flesh-eating zombie at the beginning of the presentation. And if it's going to be, and the picture is going to be, when I will push a picture to the source bucket, an event will be triggered that will start a Cloud Function, and the functionality of this Cloud Function is about invoking other service that Google provides. It's called Cloud Vision API, that you can invoke in order to check, for example, a picture against some certain criteria, and it will try to understand such picture. I will be just using very small subset of the features in order to determine if the picture contains adult and violent content. Hopefully, duck is not going to contain any violent and adult content, while on the other hand, zombie will. We'll see what will happen in the logs, because we will see in logs information that either picture was processed or not, and how. And for hopefully, fingers crossed, in case of a flesh-eating zombie, we will see a blurred picture in the destination bucket, because the other functionality of our cloud function is to blur the images that will be considered as an offensive or will contain violent and adult content. Actually, when we are talking about it, when I've shown you Cloud Shell, but there's other cool feature. You can click Open Editor here, and there's editor that is going to be open for you inside. I'm not going to show you the full picture of a flesh-eating zombie. I'm not sure it's a good thing to show on the webinar that maybe is going to be. I'm saying maybe because I hope it will be good enough to push it to YouTube or stuff like that. But I will show you the DAG, because why not? So as you can see, it does not contain any violent or adult content, or at least I hope that Vision API is not going to be considered this as a, oh, sorry, actually a zombie. Pardon? Oh, what happened? Yeah. Cool. When we lost the connection, by the way? Just right now. So just about the zombie. Anyway, it's not like I need to repeat something, basically. Cool. So with that said, let's move on to building our cloud function. Oh, by the way, actually we can see our Cloud Run that was actually deployed. Our chat app, and we can actually see, for example, logs. We are not going to focus on that too much, but it's there, and you can use that. Right. So let me just clear screen. Yeah, there's not much that I need to show you right now about this one. Cloud functions. Then I have this already, just to be on a safe side. Allow the storage, just to make sure that I don't have any buckets created. Oh, actually I do, but this is something that was automatically created by the cloud build when my Docker container was built in the previous demo. We don't need to worry about it, but we don't have our source bucket, we don't have our destination bucket. Command for creating buckets is actually very, very simple, but I'm going to paste that anyway. And I'm doing that mostly because I'm afraid that I'm going to make a typo in the name of the bucket and something might not work. Still, what I need to do to create a bucket, again, going back to my second slide, I think, there is a complexity behind the cloud, but there is a complexity that you are not forced to use and you are not forced to bother about. So I'm going to use a very simple command to just create a bucket. But of course, you have a plethora of options that you can use in order to change the configuration of said bucket if you require that. That's the first bucket that we have. So we created our source bucket, and we are going to create our destination bucket. Cool. The first demo was actually a Node.js app, and I have not shown you any code for two reasons. First of all, because I don't think that we had that much time, and the second, because I personally don't know that much of a Node. Maybe we will have time to show you code for this Golang app. I feel a bit more comfortable with this part. Cool, so we have a repository for Go. Let's move to the folder that we actually need to be in. Sorry for that CD, but I'm just right, I pulled the repository though. Maybe I will just pull it one more time. Golang samples. I think it was in functions. Yes. And it was image magic. Yes, that's our folder. So we are actually currently in the folder. It is not doing a lot of magic. As I said, it is just, I may have some time actually. Never mind, let's leave it at that. And if there will be time, then we are going to see the code. Anyway, I'm in the folder with the example, and what we need to do now, we just basically pretty much need to deploy the function. So let me do it right now. Hopefully I'm not going to get too much over time, hopefully at all. It is being deployed. Just a simple description of what's actually happening. Again, G-Cloud, we are using functions, hence the functions. We want to deploy a function. It will be called blur offensive images. Runtime is going to be Go with appropriate version, and we will trigger our function when something will happen to a particular bucket. That's why we are using this trigger bucket Collabothon PDT uploads. And we are setting environmental variable because although we don't need to provide via environmental variables the source bucket, we need to tell the Cloud function where to store the output images if the image is going to be blurred. That's why I'm using the same way of passing the values as I used in case of a Cloud run. Working, maybe we will have some time to actually see the code or not. Let's just don't. Maybe I can actually show you. Maybe I can show you on a GitHub without worrying about that part. Functions and ImageMagick. Go. As you can see, it is really, really simple. There's not much magic that is happening under the hood. It just takes the event that contains metadata about what actually happened. So the bucket and the object, it just invokes Vision API in order to detect if it is very likely to be an adult content and very likely to be violent content. Yeah, it's deployed. Sorry for switching, but there's not much time left. Right, so it was deployed, hopefully. Let's check our pictures. Right, so we have our pictures, we have our duck, and we have our flash-hitting zombie. So let's push our zombie. I'm just using the zombie JPEG from my Cloud Shell to bucket. Hopefully it invoked a Cloud function, and that leaves us with a duck, and copy the duck. Cool. First of all, let's see output. We are not going to need Cloud Shell anymore. We have both buckets. Let's see if we have a zombie. Duck is not here, and it is blurred. So a success. Hooray. And just one last thing. Functions. Blur offensive images. We can see in logs that duck was detected okay, and our blurred image with a zombie was was pushed to the blurred bucket. That's pretty much it. Oh, nobody actually connected to WebChat. Oh, that's a shame. But I kind of figured that probably nobody wanted to use that peculiar URL. This is actually understandable. Anyway, thank you for attending. It was a blast. At least I had much fun. I hope you are not too sleepy, and I hope I didn't. I hope it was useful. If you will have any questions, as I said, do reach out. That's all from my side. And oh yeah, I pretty much nailed the time. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Two things. Please remember that and gifts, and they will be showing the platform. So I think that will be interesting. And please remember about Discord, because the feedback session is coming. So please check the Discord and send us the information. Thank you very much.
again. We are starting next webinar. This one will be quite interesting. It's about CI/CD pipeline, so maybe you will be interested. If anybody wants to listen to that, we invite you there to the next room.
O, widzę siebie, o Jezus. Ojej. Jeszcze zaraz będę siebie słyszeć. Ojej, ojej. Czy wy to zmieniacie, żebym była ja mniejsza? Bo myślę, że prezentacja jest... Ha! Nie? Jest okay. One, two, three. One, two, three. Can I start? Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm gonna skip to the next slide straightforward. So my name is Patrycja, and together with Przemek, who was presenting earlier today, we are customer engineers at the digital native team at Google Cloud. And I'm super excited to be here, and thank you very much for having us here. But at the same time, I'm a bit stressed, so please excuse my short water breaks while I will be speaking. And before going more deeper into the slides, I just would like to say a few words about our role, about being customer engineer at Google, and what does it actually mean to work at the digital native team. Well, first of all, as a customer engineer, you are working with customers really a lot, mainly with your customers, and you're supporting them with rather technical issues, questions, etc. So really, it means that the possible scenarios that you are working with customers are huge, starting with recommending them what is the best available solution for their workloads or GCP, or even designing a whole architecture for them. We're as well helping them with, for example, creating some demos or proof of concepts. So what does it actually mean working with digital natives? Digital natives, who are our customers, are companies for which the digital technologies are the core for their business, for their product, or for their service, rather than like treating digital technologies as a secondary function in more traditional companies. And before working at Google, I was a DevOps engineer, and I was mainly responsible for automation of the process of creating the infrastructure and environments in public clouds. And today, I would like to say a few words, maybe more than that, about the cloud native approach when it comes to CI/CD. And just before going next, I just want to let you know what this presentation is going to be about and what it's not going to be about, because, well, CI/CD is really a huge topic, and I could probably spend at least a few sessions like this talking only about CI/DC. What are the stages, how to approach them, but that's not the time for today. Today I'll be focusing more on talking about the concepts of cloud native CI/CD approach, what is the Google way of approaching the CI/CD process, and what can you do on our awesome platform in order to set up this process. Okay, so at first I would like to, have a common understanding of the cloud native in general, because we hear a lot of people talking about being cloud native, or that they want to be cloud native. But what does it actually mean to be cloud native? And what are the characteristics of cloud native, and what you can do in order to become a cloud native, or in order to create a cloud native solution. Here I listed some of the characteristics of cloud native workloads, and of course this is by any means not the exhaustive list. This is just to give you a brief summary that I will be talking about today. So the first characteristic is referring to the architectural pattern. And usually when talking about cloud native workloads, we are talking about microservices in the contrast to the monolith architecture. Of course, this is not always the case, but we can dream about it as well, and we can wish about it. So by using microservices, you can treat you have easier way for you to scale separate parts of your solution, and you have as well opportunity to manage your code independently. Another characteristics of cloud native solutions is to treat everything as a code. And again, of course, I don't mean literally everything as a code, because this is a wishful thinking. But what I mean is rather to have a common agreement with your team or teams that you are working with, that you will try to manage your resources, your processes as a code, so that it will be easier for you, because then you can store it in a version control. It's easier for you to implement some automation. And in case of maybe some unwanted scenarios, it's easier as well for you to roll back. Another characteristic is, again, something, another everything. And this time, I mean treating everything as a containers. And containers become a standard, and like they're really heavily being used in the past 10 or 15 years. But it's not always the case. That's why it's listed here as well as characteristic of cloud native workloads. And thanks to the containers, you can really manage your resources in a more efficient way, and you can as well take advantage of really a lot of modern tools that will help you with the management of your application life cycle. Fourth characteristic is related to automation. Automation is really key if you want to succeed with your workloads, and as well is very important during the CI/CD process, because thanks to the automation, you're able to implement the fast feedback loops in your processes, and you are being able to respond to your real customer needs in a fast way. Automation as well helps you reduce the risk of some default and like not that wanted risky deployments. And last, but of course not least, is scalability. Scalability takes a whole new approach when we are talking about cloud workloads. You are able to scale up or down within literally just a few clicks and just a few moments, and you're actually paying for what you use, which really have huge impact on your costs as well. So those are the characteristics I was mentioning just about. And now I would like to say a few words about the Google approach. Maybe you've seen that slide before, maybe not. I really like it because it gives you like a glance at the scale we are working. Because really, as you can see, there are right now 8 cloud products in Google portfolio with 1 billion users each. It's really a lot. And probably I'm pretty sure that you've heard of, you've used one or maybe more even Google products. And with such a big base of users comes as well great responsibility, because we all want you to be able to read that email in the morning that your package is going to be delivered by the courier, or that you will be able to check what is the quickest way to get to the job. And because of that we gathered such big experience with being able to scale so fast and being able to really meet our customer needs. Google wanted to share that practice and to share our expertise with customers as well, in a way that giving them some building blocks that they can use in order to create some other awesome products as well. And this solution is, of course, Google Cloud Platform, our platform, which is maybe some interesting info for you. We use the same products that are offered within the GCP in Google. So for example, Cloud Bigtable, which is one of our database solutions, is used as well in products like Google Maps or Google Search. Okay, so this is not the slide that I'm in. Okay, this is the slide that I'm intending to show you. So yeah, I know this is another slide with the numbers, but I just wanted to show you how does it look, from the other side, because you are the users of our products, but how does it look, from the other side? So with more than 30 developers, which are working on a daily basis, I just wanted to highlight that, on 9 million source files and making 45,000 of commits per day. It's really a lot. And in order to be able to, to cope with that and to make it work, we need to have our own tools and processes in a good place so that, you will be able to use all of our products. And Okay, yes, it's here. Sorry. So how does Google do it? Here I am just mentioning really just a few, sometimes you may think small steps that we are taking, but really it's coming from really those small steps because it helps us on our daily basis. And here I just put like one of the examples that the vast majority of Google software developers is working on a shared code base maintained through our centralized source control system. And really, it's awesome because you can literally, I think, the people who are working in the engineering part are able to check, their source data, the code base, and we can check the commits. And it's really cool because it's shared with everyone. And they are using the trunk-based development model. And this model is a bit different than the branching standard model because it focuses, whenever a developer has something to do, developer is like dividing his work into a bit smaller batches. And developers are trying at least once a day, but usually more than once a day, to merge their work into the trunk. The trunk is the same as main or master, in order to, don't create that long-lived development branches. And that's something that really is working for us. Another thing is that each directory in the Google repository has an owner's file that lists the people or groups who can approve changes to files in that directory. And this is as well is helping with our communication a lot, because you can just imagine how it would work for like 30,000 people of not knowing who to contact to if they want to make any changes. Okay. So what does it mean in the Google way, developing in the Google way? Where there are 3 pillars that we are focusing on, and those are readability, automation, and transparency. When talking about readability, we really mean the code maintainability. We want it to be really on a high quality of the maintainability, as well as the whole code quality is as well very important for us. When talking about automation, we really rely heavily on automation, mainly because unfortunately humans are more expensive and a bit less more error prone than the tools that we are using. And when talking about transparency, this is again one of our principles, that we want everything to be transparent. We don't want to create any silos, and this is because it fosters trust between the team members, and that as well enables some action. And here is a quote from the DevOps report from DevOps Research and Assessment, the so-called DORA, which is a research program that was acquired by Google a few years ago. And the goal of this program is to understand what are the practices and what are the processes that enables, those really key high-performance teams to achieve, who are really good in software and value delivery. And this quote is stating that the ability of teams to maintain their code effectively is a technical practice that contributes to success with continuous delivery. So again, code maintainability is really huge, very important for us, and we rely on it heavily. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do any of these things without appropriate tooling. So there are a lot of tools available currently on the market. You can really choose from, and all of the time new tools are being introduced as well. And when talking about tooling, we are focusing on some characteristics, like the fact whether it's secure solution, is it open, if you are able to use it in hybrid and multi-cloud environments, and whether it offers any built-in integrations rather than serving as a standalone solutions. Okay, so that was not that short intro in general, but here we are coming to this, what you were waiting for, hopefully. So CI/CD tooling set. And this is, again, very simplified slide showing you what are the possible options, because, you can really choose from, and there are a lot of different possibilities here. And of course, there is as well some GCP-oriented tools that I will be talking in a few moments. But what I wanted to show you here as well is the fact, and I want to highlight that at every step of the CI/CD process, you're able to bring in your own tools as well. The tools that you're familiar with, the tools that you already love, you can start with them. You can check what are their options, and all of that is like really integrated well, so that you can have a look how it works together and how it works for you. And when I meant talking about simplified weight, is because usually it looks rather like this when talking about CI/CD tools. And maybe you've seen that print screen or maybe similar before, but yeah, the market is pretty huge. And I think that sometimes even the process of making the decision and how it overwhelms, the key decision players is really big. And that is why, for example, using the managed solutions provided in one place might be a good solution for you as well. So again, this is another slide showing you the CI/CD process, but this time with GCP tools that are available for you. And as you can see, at every step of the CI/CD process, there is some offering for you that can help you with setting up this process, that can help you with making it more secure and taking you control over it. So you can start with the base images, which are managed and regularly patched by us, and even they are used in our own products as well. And then you can use Cloud Build, which is our CI/CD platform, which is easily integrated with other tools as well. And as your Cloud Build can produce some artifacts, you can store them in the artifact registry, where you can use the feature of vulnerability scanning, as well where you can store the metadata about your artifacts. And once at the deploy stage, you can use the binary authorization, which is as well helping you making your CI/CD process more secure, because this is the place in which you can define the policies that the images needs to meet in order to be deployed. Okay, so this is just a very brief slide showing you what we're going to talk next, because now I would like to say a few more words about specific services that we are offering. And I'm going to start with the version control tool, because just like we were talking during the slide about developing in the Google way, code maintainability is really a key characteristic that we have to take a look when talking about CI/CD process, as well as the fact that version control is really related to automated and continuous integrations. So our tool that I will present you now is Google Cloud Source Repositories, and it's a fully featured private Git repositories. It's offering you private Git repositories hosted on Google Cloud Platform that featured fast and indexed code search across all of your repositories. And what is really cool about Google Cloud Source Repositories is the fact that you can store many repositories per single GCP project. And if you're already familiar with, for example, Git, you can start very quickly with source repositories, because Cloud Source Repositories support the standard set of Git commands like pull, clone, or push. And as well, in order to improve the availability and durability of your repositories, Cloud Source Repositories is backed by Google Cloud Storage. And you can use the IAM roles and permissions in order to manage who actually has access to your repositories. And if you are interested in how you can combine it with your current Bitbucket or GitHub repos, you can do it in both ways. You can set Cloud Source Repositories as remote for your local repositories. And you can as well use the feature that is called one-way mirroring, which means that whichever changes you are making to your current Bitbucket or GitHub repo will be visible in Google Cloud Source Repositories, but it works only one way. Okay, so another tool that I'm going to talk about at the moment is Cloud Build. Cloud Build is a service that executes our customer builds on GCP infrastructure. And this is our CI/CD platform, which is serverless, which is highly configurable, which comes with really a lot of cool features, like, for example, built-in encryption. And when talking about Cloud Build, it's worth mentioning that it can start with a source code from different sources. So it doesn't have to be only Cloud Source Repositories. That can be some code stored on Google Cloud Storage, on Bitbucket, or on GitHub. And once Cloud Build runs some builds, it can actually produce artifacts, for example, like Docker containers or Java archives. And you can specify what will be triggering the builds of your Cloud Build, because that's appropriate name. And there are a lot of triggers to choose from. So really it's easy for you to decide and to automate the whole process. And not to forget to mention that you can use Cloud Deploy to really a lot of different environments. So not only virtual machines, not only serverless services, but as well Kubernetes or Firebase environments. Okay, so let's talk about what makes Cloud Build so awesome. Well, first of all, it's serverless. You don't have to worry about provisioning or managing any infrastructure. And it scales up or down just like in the way you want to. And what's really cool about it is as well the fact that it's available in the so-called free-tier option. So each day you have 120 minutes for free and 10 concurrent builds. So it's really an easy way for you, to even check this tool, whether it works and how does it work for you. Another fact that makes Cloud Build awesome is the fact that basically any serverless CLI tool can be run as a build step. It's as well very developer friendly because builds can be triggered either manually or in a more automated way. And if you just want to check what will be the results of Cloud Build, you can as well run it locally. Okay, so a few words about how actually Cloud Build works and what is the Cloud Build workflow. So in order to work with Cloud Build, you need to at first create build config file in which you'll be specifying what are the tasks, what are the instructions that you want your Cloud Build to execute. And Cloud Build executes each of these tasks, which are called the build steps. And this is like this dark blue part, maybe you don't see it, but it's called build step. And each build step is run in a separate container Docker. And executing those build steps is like very similar to just going through the commands in a script. So what can you actually do within such a build step? Well, you can, for example, fetch some dependencies, you can run unit or integration tests, or you can create artifacts with tools like Docker, Gradle, or Maven. And this is really just a subset of really what can be done here. And you can either use already provided build steps by Cloud Build and Cloud Build's community, or you can create your own custom Cloud build steps. And okay, this is a small print screen. I was hoping that it will be bigger a bit, but this is a print screen from our console in which you can see that there are a lot of different possibilities when it comes to triggers. So of course there are triggers that are associated with your like changes in your repository, like if you are making any commits to specific branch, or if there is an initiated pull request, and that can be a trigger for execution of a new build. But besides the repository related triggers, there are as well other ones, like for example pub/sub trigger, which you can use if you will use it, it will execute each build in response to any message published to pub/sub. So for example, you can create a setup in which whenever there is a new artifact in your artifact registry, a new build will be triggered. And you can use as well webhook triggers, which will execute builds in response to some webhooks. And those were like more automated triggers, but you can use as well the manual triggers. And with a combination of manual triggers, you can automatically, for example, execute builds on some predefined schedule. And here is a different view, but again, from the Cloud Build service, which is showing you the exact history of your Cloud Build so that it can be very beneficial for you if you want to check what happened with that build, what was the cause of, for example, failure, and in general, just to quickly identify areas that needs your attention. And if you are wondering what was the reason of a failure, you can use as well some more detailed view of your Cloud Build builds. And this view includes information like what was the trigger for it, or for example, what was the commit that triggered this specific build, how long the Cloud Build itself lasted, what were the artifacts produced or maybe not produced during the Cloud Build, and as well build logs. So you have all of that within a single pane here. And here is the list of the official builder images that you can use for your build steps. And this is a list taken from our official GitHub repository. So as you can see, the majority of rather popular tools like gcloud or Docker or Maven are listed here. And even if you don't see the exact tool that you are looking for, don't worry, because you can create your custom builds as well. And another benefit of Cloud Build is the fact that in order to create those config files, you can use JSON or YAML format, which are rather popular languages. So you don't need to learn something new. And here are examples of some Cloud Build files written as well in YAML and JSON. Okay, so just to quickly summarize the build, because really it's a tool which can do a lot. And yeah, just to briefly summarize it, that if you want to start with Cloud Build, it can take source code from many different sources, not only in GCP, but as well in GitHub or Bitbucket. It's Cloud Build can build both container and non-container artifacts, and you can run integration and unit tests within Cloud Build. And whenever Cloud Build is producing some artifacts, it's as well possible to push automatically them to the artifact registry. And you can deploy to many different environments with Cloud Build, like to VMs, serverless, Kubernetes, or Firebase environments. Okay, so artifact registry is another service that I will be talking now. And it's a service for managing customer build artifacts. And it's a relatively new product, as it was created as evolution of the container registry. And artifact registry comes with a lot of new features and benefits, like supporting container images and non-container artifacts, in the contrast to the container registry, which is supporting only container images, just like the name implies. And additional features of artifact registry are benefits like this, that you can create repositories which will be supporting additional artifact formats, like Docker and Helm for containers, Java or Python for language packages, or Debian for OS packages. And of course, artifact registry is fully integrated with other GCP tools, and it gives you a single solution for managing all of your dependencies, so that you can really focus on what makes your product awesome and trying to give additional value to your customers. So we build a new service from scratch, mainly because the container registry was a facade over Google Cloud Storage, and it didn't have the appropriate needed access controls that are needed when we are talking about some modern artifact management tools. And as we understand that sometimes managing the dependencies for our customers is putting a huge load of them, and sometimes it might even stop them from innovating, we decided to create some universal artifact management service. And when using artifact registry, customers can create multiple repositories per Google Cloud project, and they can as well decide whether those repositories are regional or multi-regional, which as well can help them meet their needs, which are associated with storing artifacts next to the workloads. And you can use as well some registry native IAM roles and permissions in order to decide who will be having access to artifact registry, or who can download, for example, the artifacts. Okay, so going again back to the slide when I was talking about characteristics of cloud native workloads, there was listed as well the characteristic of treating everything as a container. And when talking about containers, their security as well a key part here that everyone is so worried about, and we need to manage their security as best as we can. And in order to help our customers with really making sure that their containers are secure, and for example, if they want to find some uncertain question like how do you ensure that all container images running in the cluster come from an approved source, or how do you make sure containers were not modified in the time after approval but before being run, we decided to as well implement some tools that can help you answering those questions and those needs. And one of these tools is called Cloud Container Analysis. And actually Cloud Container Analysis has two major functions. The first one is giving you the possibility to scan your artifacts, to scan your images in order to check whether there are some vulnerabilities. And there is another feature that is letting you storing metadata associated with your resources. And when talking about the second feature, you can treat container analysis as centralized universal metadata store for your software components, whether they're in artifact registry or not. And what's really cool about container analysis, it's the fact that it's built upon open source Graphias, which is source component metadata API. And thanks to the fact that it's open source, you don't have to worry about being vendor locked in. So in scenario when you will be changing some vendors from one to another, or if you will be moving from, for example, public cloud to hybrid cloud, you don't have to worry about any loss of your metadata software artifacts. Okay, so now let's briefly look at the feature of vulnerability scanning, which is helping you finding security vulnerabilities early on the CI/CD pipeline. Because software vulnerabilities are weaknesses that can either cause an accidental system failure or that can be intentionally exploited. We introduced this feature that is helping you with making manual and automate vulnerability scans for your containers in artifact registry or container registry to find some vulnerabilities in the OS packages. And here is again a print screen from our console, in which you can see that there is a dedicated, I hope you can see, there is a dedicated columns specifying the vulnerabilities for a specific image. And if you will be going into that, you will see that it contains information like what is the severity of this vulnerability, what are the possible fixes to this vulnerability, and in which specific package this vulnerability was introduced. Okay, and another tool that is helping you making sure your components, your containers are more secure during the CI/CD process is binary authorization. And this is a service on GCP that provides centralized security for your container-based environments. And it aims to reduce the risk of deploying some faulty or maybe unauthorized software in your environments. And you can use it in order to prevent the images that are not trusted before if you don't want to deploy them and just want to make sure that they're following the policy that you are specifying. And as well with binary authorization, you can require the images at the deployment stage to be signed by some authorized, by someone authorized. And then during the deployment process, you can enforce the validation of this signature. And by enforcing the validation of this signature, you can gain significantly more secure in your container environments, because you're making sure that only the images that are passing your policies are being deployed. Okay, and binary authorization serves here as some kind of admission controller, which is deciding whether images can be deployed or not. And what can you verify at the deploy time? Well, you can verify whether images are built by the trusted CI/CD pipeline. You can as well check if images pass the security or quality tests. And you can check, for example, if the images are actually allowed third-party images. And if the image passes the constraints that you specified in your policy, it will allow it to be deployed. And if not, the service blocks this image from being deployed, and it puts a message into the cloud audit log with specifying why and what policy it didn't meet. Okay, so another slide with showing you the whole CI/CD process, showing you that there are a lot of services that you can use on our platform, which are helping you with managing and making this process really works. And actually, that was it from my side. So I guess I'm not sure if there will be questions, or maybe if not, I'm more than happy to talk with you on the corridor as well. Again, thank you very much for being here. At home, this presentation took me at least 10 minutes more, so I'm not sure what to do with that 10 minutes. So yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Because you mentioned that there is some kind of service which is called Cloud Deployer. This is part of Cloud Build or some separate?
Cloud Deploy is a totally separate service. I didn't introduce it here because I was worried about the time limitation, but maybe that might be a topic for another session. But yes, there is such a tool. It's a bit newer than the Cloud Build, but yes, there is something, but it's different. It's not a part of Cloud Build. Yeah.
Yeah, but functionality is something dedicated to the platform.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Maybe Abed wants to pick one about
No, why?
about the Git repository. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I already use it and it's
Yep.
cool. It works.
Mhm.
So fine. But why there is no option to make pull request there?
You mean in cloud source repositories?
Or am I missing something?
Well, I think it's because of the fact that Git is so popular and everybody is using. We are not trying, to reinvent something. We want you to as well use what you already have and what you already love. So we are, for example, that's why we are having this one mirror sync option. So it will mirror every action you're doing in your Git repository, but it will be visible in cloud. And thanks to that, you have more options to do something with that already in GCP, right? So yeah,
Okay, so
I hope.
use GitHub or something different. And
You can use it as well, of course. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Any question?
Krzysiek.
Okay, question.
No question, but just add on that almost all top customers of digital natives, instead of one, are using GitLab.
Yep.
Together with parts of repositories as a complementary
Yep.
solution. So it's just a combination.
Okay, that's good.
So in this case, this is just so in this case, it's just some kind of transfer point, yeah?
Yeah, it's an extension, let's say, because once it will be here, you're able to as well use all of other services that are integrated with source repos, for example.
Okay, but still we can directly use, for example, GitHub or Git.
Yeah, of course. You're free to use whatever you want and whatever you like.
Okay, so I think we are not done yet.
Yay.
My last question is about the chain for development, for deploying. Your example was to directly for production. Could be possible to create the chain for QA, and then if everything will be fine, to move to production, deployment and production?
You are talking about creating some stages before production. Yeah, of course, you can specify, the whole CI/CD process is for that you are not, you'll be sure of what you are having there, what you are testing, and then just deploy to your production. So yes, of course, I was just, here is like a brief of showing you what are the tools that you can use, but they are totally here for you to do whatever you want to put in your CI/CD process, of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so someone.
Come on, bring it on.
Okay, I think we are done with the questions. So thank you. That was
Thank you
really
very
great
much.
talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, and see you on the next webinar.
Hello there. Welcome back. We are starting our feedback session. We have our experts here. Welcome. First, we start with our online teams. And the first team will be, this is a very hard name for me, UWUR. So it's like Ubul or something like that. Do we have them online? Operator. Yes,
Hello,
guys.
hello. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Wait. Boom. Maybe now?
Yeah. Operator. What can we do about that?
1, 2, 3.
Can you check your mic, please?
Yeah, I see I speaking. Damn it.
Okay, so thank you for now. We will get back to you. And we have another online team, Harambe Beasts. This name I really like. Operator, please get them online. Hello, guys. Can you hear us? Can we hear
Hello?
you?
Hello. We can hear you. I don't know if you can hear us.
We cannot hear you. Maybe there is something on our side.
Probably yes.
Okay. And Harambe Beasts, they have Zoo Challenge, and this UWUR, they have chosen Google Challenge. So this is like the introduction while our operator is fighting technical war.
Mogę się pokazać.
So, oh, we have video. Hello.
Hello.
Do you know sign language? Then maybe we can communicate like that. This one I understand. Yeah. Can you try to say something?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Now we have you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Harambe here, yes? Harambe Beasts?
Can you repeat?
Do we have Harambe Beasts team
Yes,
here?
that's me. And Paweł.
Oh. Okay, so present what you have and just tell us what kind of feedback you need. And of course, our experts will ask you some questions for sure.
Okay, so I will try to show my screen. I will show you some Figma, if it works. I don't know if you can see it. Can't you can see me? It's so weird. I see myself. Okay. So what we are working on is a cross between, I would say, Pokemon Go, Tamagotchi, and zoo applications. So the main idea is that you can go to any zoo, for an example, the zoo in Łódź. You can find animals, help them, so tidy them, feed them, and then release them to the wild. For now, we have some screens that we created on Figma, some basic designs, and application is still in the works, so I can't I can't show you anything working right now. But we want to collect feedback. So, what do you think about this kind of applications? How people use the applications in the zoo, and what are the advantages of zoo applications? So how you collect the animals in the zoo? We want to hide some QR codes around the zoo. So here in the map you can see where you can find the kangaroo szczur or ariaranda. There in the table with the information, you will be able to scan the QR code, and this is how you collect the animal. We don't have currently the screen where you tidy the animal or help them. This is in the works. Another screen that I can show you is the wiki, where you can see all the animals in the zoo, and for example some wiki or information about the animal. So that's everything from me. Do you have any questions? I can't hear you right now. I don't know, it is on my side or on your side.
Hello, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so now I will give voice to our experts, and hopefully and surely they will have some kind of question.
Sure.
Hi, Eva from O'Reilly here. Yeah, it's a really great idea. One thing I noticed today when walking on the zoo, different enclosures had a lot of traffic of people around them, which could maybe be distressing to the animals. So I was wondering if, because when you have an app, you have access to people's location data, perhaps on your map, could you maybe show which animals have like a heat map of this place is busy, this place is less busy, so people might know where to go to maximize time at the zoo and also to make it less stressful for the animals.
That's a great idea. In case of the zoo application, we want to more gamify it, so we don't to it to just be this zoo applications. So it doesn't have the features like showing you the ticket. Also, it could be extended to it, but I don't think that's in the scope right now, I would say. But it's a great feature, I would say. So maybe we will add it.
Okay, so from zoo side, one more question. You said something about your animals, that feeding them, keeping them. Don't you feel about adding some quest, because you said like final action will be releasing them back to the wild. And if you
Sorry, but I can't. I
and
can't really understand the question. It's for me the audio is really bad. It's cutting every couple seconds.
Okay, I try one more time. Is it better?
No. It's probably something on your side, but I can't tell.
A second try.
Right
now or
now
not?
I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
Then we can just continue with questions on the channel. Maybe this will be right if we have some connectivity issues.
Okay, sure, we can do that that way. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, stay with us.
Okay.
Operator, can we stop streaming our video? So, yeah, we will come back with questions via Discord to you.
Okay.
And I think that's in this situation that would be the best solution.
Okay, sure.
The only one, yeah. Now you can hear us.
Yes, more clearly, but it's still cutting a little.
Okay, so maybe one more try, and if not, then let's go to Discord.
Okay.
Okay, so one more try. You said something about collecting animals, and then the final action will be releasing them back to the wild. Don't you think about adding some quests for the users of the application that they could do some action which will be helping solving problem with endangered species, not just feeding the animals in the zoo and treating them well. Something like they need to find some knowledge and then collect some points, for example. And if they reach the level, they can release back the animal to the wild.
Currently, we think it's about
useful from educational side.
So what we are thinking, so that based on the information that I provided in the wiki, in the applications, you need to with some easy quiz, I think you need to choose what where the animal would be released, what animal eats, what are its living habitats. It can be done in a form of quiz, or I don't know, some easy mini games. I hope that
yes, something like that. Like the website that we placed with the IUCN has many information about threats to animal, with also solution how you can behave in your normal life to help protecting them. So maybe you can check this website iucnredrelease.com, and maybe
yeah, we could that. If you could send the link in the Discord, it would be a great help.
Better.
Okay, do we have any other questions? No. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, thank you guys.
Happy with the feedback and questions?
Yeah. Minus the technical problems, but it's all right.
Yeah, so that's good, that's good. And then see you tomorrow on your final presentation then.
Yeah, see you guys.
Okay, so let's see if you are ready to talk with us.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, so I think I will show my screen, and at first I will show you our idea that we made in Paint, that it's not very artistic, but it's take its purpose. So wait a second. Okay.
Hello there, are you still there? Ground control to Major Tom. Okay, then let's again skip UWR team. And we have Enomenos as well on the line.
Hi guys.
Hi there.
Perfect now.
We can hear you. So you have 5 minutes present. Go.
Very good. Very good. Let me so we because we feel like we can, if we focus on programmed or started to program, will be a platform for learning. It has really 3 pillars, essential. Yeah. First of all, we improve the way that people. I don't know if you use a Google form in the Discord to find out later use. Our idea.
Can you wait for a second, because we have huge echo here and our. Give us just 2-3 minutes. Okay. So we will need a break. Let's say that's 10 to 15 minutes, because we have some feedback from people that are watching our stream that, yeah, well, let's say that they cannot hear us and the echo is quite huge. So give us 10 or 15 minutes and we will try to solve our technical problems and we will get back to you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
default. Zróbmy... Cześć. Hej, słychać mnie? Jestem na streamie. Tralalala. Halo, baza. Teraz? Mogę wyjść? Raz. Hej. Nie słyszycie? Tu. Raz. Nawijam. Bardzo dobrze. Nie, muszę stąd wyjść. Ale ten mikrofon się... Mogę wyjść. Ale ludzie z laptopami będą mówić do mikrofonu. Raz. Tu. Hej. Słychać mnie? Raz. Mówię cały czas. Mówię. Collabothon 2022. Raz. Teraz mnie nie słychać, a teraz mnie słychać. Testy na produkcji. La. Test. Test. No hej Michał, co tam słychać? Jak tam wszystko działa? Raz. Cześć Alicja. Raz. Test. Hej, mówię cały czas. Nie przestaję mówić. Coś mi się sprzęża znowu. Co mam zrobić? Dobra.
Dominika, co tam u ciebie?
No siema, jestem na korytarzu. Słychać mnie?
No słuchajcie, dobrze.
O, ja też się świetnie słyszę. Wysyłam pozdrowienia.
No wydaje się, że ze słuchawkami zdalnie daje radę.
Tak, wszyscy cię bardzo dobrze słyszymy.
No dobra, trzeba zalecić słuchawki.
Mogę wracać?
Wracaj.
Czy jest zgoda? Dzięki. Hej.
There we go. Is that showing for you? Perfect. So thank you very much to everyone. This is our presentation of the O'Reilly platform. I'm James Hopkins, Customer Success Manager here at O'Reilly. And I've been at O'Reilly for 18 months, and this is the first time presenting to real people in 3D in an actual room. So for those of you also kind of joining via the restream, then happy to have you on board. Today, we're going to just talk a little bit about the background of O'Reilly, where we've come from originally and where we are today. Give you a bit of a sort of a tour through the platform, including how to personalize your experience, how you can discover content, and then some of the different content types and different ways that we've curated content for you to easily engage and find the right content for you at the right time. So in terms of the background of O'Reilly, we initially started around 40 years ago as book publishers. We're well known for our animal print covers. So being here in a zoo today, it feels very appropriate. Over those years, we have run many different tech conferences. We've built up a huge network of partner publishers and experts that have joined our network as well. And so today we have now the O'Reilly online learning platform, which is really a culmination of kind of 40 years of work and the different connections that we've made. So hopefully everyone can see my screen okay. This is my camera is off. There we go. Is that better? Always remember the lens cap. There we go. So thanks very much for joining me today. So the first thing I'm going to talk about today is just how you can jump into O'Reilly, get started and begin personalizing your experience. And to start off, we're just going to jump initially just over into our profile page, which you'll find over on the right-hand side, just by the little person icon there. So jumping into the profile, this is where you'll see a lot of your own personalizations. So for example, on the left-hand side, you can see some of the topics that I'm following here. And this will give me a really quick link into my favorite topics. I can see the most popular content in those areas at a click of a button. And I'll just show you what that kind of experience looks like and how you can select those in a little bit of time. Then over on the right-hand side, you have some additional areas, including your recommendations, powered by the algorithm based on the learning and types of learning that you've experienced on O'Reilly, and gives you a great way to kind of expand your knowledge, maybe see some new titles that are related to things that you're keenly interested in. Then below that, we have your history. And this will give you a seamless way to pick up exactly where you've left off in your titles. You can see the latest 3 here. And then you can also jump in to see all of those as well. And this is particularly useful if you're using the O'Reilly mobile app in unison with the desktop page. The mobile app is free download. You'd log in exactly the same way you would for the desktop, and provides you the ability to access nearly all types of content that we provide through O'Reilly on your mobile, including many of those which you can also download for offline view as well. So if you are on the move, if you have intermittent signal and you want to continue your learning, then the best way is to download that mobile app and learn on there as well. Then further down, we have the ability to create your own playlists, and also to be able to share those with other colleagues from around the O'Reilly learners and also within your own organization. You have your highlights here as well. So if you see any key bits of information within any of the titles on the O'Reilly platform, you can easily highlight those, link in notes to refer back to projects or various things that you're working on, so that you can come in and find those easily later on. And then finally, at the bottom, you have your calendar for live events. You can see here that I have my latest recordings. I'm not registered for any future live events, but you would also see those here if you were. So in terms then of your personalization, I'm just going to jump in and start talking a little bit about the discovery of content within O'Reilly. You'll see over on the left-hand side, we have topics here, and I can click on any of these to jump straight into that key topic and see the most popular content in that area. I can also jump into the overall topic tree via Browse Topics. Or you can go into the Explore on the left-hand navigation menu and jump straight into all topics to start off that process. So our default sort order here is by popularity, and initially that will give you all different types of formats from within the O'Reilly platform. A great way of seeing the popular content first is that you can see what other learners are learning from, particularly on O'Reilly, and that will give you a good indication of the best content in those different areas. Then in terms of some of the topics we cover, we're predominantly a tech-first organization. So you'll see a lot of the key topics around programming, data, security, software architecture. But we also do include a lot of those skills, such as the business skills, the more human skills, and also those different methodologies such as agile, project and product management as well. And just to give you a bit of kind of insight into the process here of finding those key topics for yourself, if we take software development as an example, you'll see this will then break down into many of the different areas we have, including things like programming languages, QA and testing here. And you'll see at the very top now, we have the ability to then follow this particular topic. And you can do that at any level. So you might want something really general, such as software development. You might want to go into a lot more specific detail, such as Python programming, for example. And you can do that at any different level from there. In terms of the different ways you can discover content, we sort by popularity by default, but you can also jump in and see the recency of content as well. So if you want to see what content has most recently been added to the site, then you can do that as well. And that ties in nicely with the fact that we do have our early releases on the platform as well. So for the O'Reilly content that we deliver, we allow that early access for O'Reilly online learning members. And often that can be up to around 18 months in advance of that being published into bookstores and being able for general release as well. So it's a really great way to keep up on the cutting edge of technology, see what our authors are writing about as well. And then finally, you have the ability to sort by the different formats. So we're very proud to be have a very multimodal offering from the books that we're very well known for to courses, live events, and interactive content that we'll take a bit of time to talk through today as well. So the next thing to talk about around content discovery is just our search functionality. So the great thing about this is it doesn't just search through the metadata of the content, the title and the description, but we'll actually go into depth within the content of the books as well. And this means that if you come across things like error codes in your working, you have distinct challenges, for example, it's very easy to do like very specific searches. And as well as getting book recommendations and video recommendations, it will also highlight the most relevant chapters to that as well. So just while we're kind of on the Discover page for now, just to talk a little bit about how you can start building up your own playlists. You'll see down in the bottom right of each of these tiles, you'll have the Add to Playlist button. And you'll see this in many different parts of our site. And I'll show you a few of those as we work through today. By clicking Add to Playlist, you'll see the 3 playlists that you've latest interacted with. That was a really bad way of saying that, but your most recent interactive titles there. You can also add into one of your sort of broader playlists that you have if you have many different lists created already. Or you can very simply create a new playlist by ticking on the bottom there. You can put in I'll put in a test for now. And if you are looking to share this with your colleagues, then I'd recommend adding a description in as well, just to give that a little bit of extra context. But for now, we'll just add this title into our playlist here, and we'll create that off. And you can do that for many different types of content as well. So including live events, if you want to link people into a key live event as part of that playlist, then you can now. And also you can break that down into the smaller assets, such as the video segments that might only be 5 to 10 minutes long, or the chapters from within books as well. So the last thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of content discovery is O'Reilly Answers. This is our natural language processing engine, giving you the ability to ask really simple questions into the platform. That can be at a very high level, such as something like what is domain-driven design, through to some of the more specific options and examples that you see here as well. And I'll just do my really sort of basic option of what is domain-driven design, just to give you a bit of an insight into terms of the types of answers that you'll see here. So what this will do is then scan through thousands of different titles from O'Reilly and Pearson, including transcripts from some of our video content. And what it will then do is highlight a piece of text from within that title so that you can easily see kind of a distinct answer to that question. We can also then sort of verify that answer. You'll get up to 8 different answers when going into content this way. And that means that you can either verify it for context if it might be a slightly more ambiguous question, or at least verify that that answer is correct. And if I take one of these examples, I'll just click into Learn More just to show you some of the features of our books reader. When I jump in here, you'll see that the pink highlight remains because we've come in from answers, so that answer maintains its highlight for us there. So it's easy as we read more of the context within this chapter. And then the other thing that we can do here is we can highlight content for ourselves as well. So say, for example, we want to record that answer for later on. We can just click and drag. That'll give us a few options here to either copy that piece of text. We can add our own highlight, and that will then turn it yellow. We can also add in notes, so if it's relating to a particular project and you want to have reference of that later on, then you can do. And you can also get a link so that you can then direct other colleagues to that piece. Perhaps you're working in a project team and you find a really critical answer to one of your challenges. The other things that we can see from this page, if I just jump over and open up the table of contents, and this will look very similar depending on whether you're accessing one of our video-based courses or we're accessing one of our books. You'll see a sort of all of the different modules that make that up, whether that's video segments or the chapters from within books. And you'll see if we highlight over one of these, we get our add to playlist icon against those individual chapters as well. So if you are really looking to share some of the best content and you want to narrow that down, make it a very specific pathway, then adding chapters and those individual videos can be really useful for you. And I'll just do that in here and add that also to our test as well. So jumping back to the homepage, wanted to take a bit of time to talk about the discovery of our courses. And one of the recent additions we've made to O'Reilly is these role-based courses. So what we've done is we've designed, sort of curated our content in line with some of the key roles that we're seeing amongst our enterprise businesses that work with us. And this will give you an opportunity to see some of the best places to start off in your learning journey, depending on your role. So you'll see, for example, we have a number of different developer types based on language. We also have things like business analysts, DevOps, data ML engineers as well. And each one of these will take you through a distinct pathway, highlighting some of our best video-based courses to support that. So this gives you a few of those ideas. You'll also see some that are very specific to those programming languages, as well as some that are a bit more methodological, such as clean coding, learning about Git and Stack Overflow, and some of those kind of peripheral skills and techniques that you might be looking for. The next thing I wanted to share with you then is our live events. And we run a huge number of live events each month, covering the broad array of topics that we cover, including those deeply technical, certification-based crash courses and boot camps, as well as the more human skills such as project management, business and leadership, critical thinking skills as well. In terms of the best way to find content, coming to this live event discovery page is a great place to start. And what I would generally recommend is selecting down for your topics. We run around 200 or plus live events each month. So obviously there's a lot of content areas that might be outside of your area of interest or expertise. And so if we take an example of searching for Python here, we can limit that down just to the courses directly related there. These will show up. Each of these kind of tiles will also show you any future scheduled sessions. So if there's multiple different areas that we're covering across different months, a lot of our most popular live events do recur over time. Then it's really easy to see those. The other thing I would recommend doing as well is changing the event start time. So this will be based on your local time zone, and it will give you an opportunity to see which events are most likely for you to be able to join. For example, for myself here, my laptop is in British summertime. I'm not that keen on waking up at 2 a.m. to join a session, so I can just take a look at the midday and afternoon sessions and just narrow that down a little bit more. We do have the ability for you to register and get recordings for the live events as well. So if you did want to look more generally, then it's easy for you to do so. And even if they're outside of your best time zone or if they conflict with other meetings you might have, then you can still easily register for those and sort of get involved with the live training as well. So if I just take a really quick example here, just to show you some of the key information. One of the things I would do when you're looking at these live events is scrolling down to the section, this live event is for you, because this will have a lot of great information in terms of what the expected prerequisite knowledge is. It will also explain if there's any setup you need. For example, with this one, it links you into a GitHub page there. And it also has some recommended preparation for learning to do before the event, just to make sure you're up to speed and can really capitalize on the expert teachings that you'll get here. Then if you want to continue and make that a bit of a longer learning journey, it also has recommended follow-up, which might be chapters to some books, some papers, or even next videos or live events that are recommended for you to attend as well. Then at the top over on the right-hand side, this is where you can sign up for it. As soon as you sign up, you will be registered to receive that recording within around 24 hours of the event occurring. And in this particular example, you'll see that it runs across a number of weeks with interactive content involved in that as well. And all of our instructors are experts in their field. So if you want to go and ask questions, you want to clarify things, if, for example, with these interactive ones, you get stuck on something, you have an expert there that can really help you through those problems. And as well as the questions and answers with the instructor, you'll also be able to interact with other peers in the chat as well and learn from new ideas and have that kind of collaborative learning effect from that. So the next thing to share with you then, and my session tomorrow will actually go into this in a lot more depth, is our interactive learning offerings. So we run a number of different types. We have our sandboxes, which are just those free open environments for you to play in. We run those across a lot of different operating systems, tools like Docker and Kubernetes, as well as various different programming languages as well. Great for you if you are just testing things out. You want to have an environment where it's nice and safe, everything gets deleted at the end, and nothing that you put in there will then affect any production environments. The other type of approach we take is our labs type approach, and this is a much more linear based approach. So in these, you'll get structured and guided learning going through key steps in those technologies. And that will allow you to grow really familiar with the interfaces that you're working with, as well as being able to kind of build up your fluency over time with that guidance there as well. And like I said, the session tomorrow is going to take a much deeper dive into the different labs we have, including our freshly released cloud labs for Microsoft Azure. So if you're more interested in that hands-on learning approach, then very much welcome to join me tomorrow. So one of the last things I wanted to share with you is just around some of the ways that we've curated learning for you, which just there really to help you find content in the quickest way possible. Of course, I've mentioned our role-based courses, which are a great starting point. But as well as that, our expert network has joined us in building up certain playlists of recommendations within their key areas of expertise. So some of these will be linked into things like our super streams, which are our virtual conferences I'll spend more time on in a moment, but also many different topic areas, all coming from those experts. So you get really sound recommendations for where to start off. So you can see some of the kind of most recently created ones here. You can also go in and see more. And you can even search for, say, your favorite authors or favorite experts within the platform to see if they've built any in your area of expertise as well. And then the second thing that I'll highlight today is our certifications content. Of course, certification is very important across a number of key areas in technology. And our certifications hub is where you can really locate the best learning in that area. You can search for different vendors, for example, on the side here. And then once you select one of those, and we'll take a topical one for today and go into Google Cloud as an example. And then once you see that, you can also then define the different certification levels and exams that you'll be supporting for that as well. What I would say in terms of best practice in coming into the certifications area for the first time, I would highly recommend starting off with our cert guides. And this is where we contain all of the best information around that particular exam to get you started. And I'll give you a very quick example and just load up this one here. And you'll see that we've included the courses, so the video-based content. We have the books here, including the official study guide that we have. There'll be a few options available for you. And one of the key things in preparing for that exam is also our Pearson practice tests, where you can go through banks of questions, grow familiar with the types of questions that are available for you, and also grow in confidence, ready for that actual exam itself as well. So the last sort of piece of content that I'll share with you today is another form of our live events. I kind of mentioned it just a moment ago, which is our super streams. So we used to run a lot of in-person conferences across a number of different subjects. Today, we've moved all of those to be available for all learners across the O'Reilly Learning platform. And we've broken, moving them online has given us the opportunity to then break those down into much more specific areas as well. So you'll see some of the key topics we have, such as AI and machine learning, cloud, data, software architecture, for example. And each one of our super streams is then broken down into different events throughout the year. All of these are designed to be around half-day events, around 4 hours in length. They're hosted by an expert in that field, but also have a number of keynote speakers, case studies, innovations, really looking at the future of those technology areas. So you'll see for this one, we have our software architecture super stream coming up around the fundamentals of that in September. You can sign up for those now. But if you find any areas that you're particularly interested that have already happened in the past, you can jump in and watch those as videos on the platform as well. So you can continue to learn from those events even after they've happened, and of course be able to sign up to attend those live if you wish as well. So the last thing I'm just going to touch back on very briefly is just to go back in and just talk about how you can then organize your playlists and also share those with other colleagues. So I'll just jump straight back into our playlist options. Here you'll see I have quite a few options that I have here, some that I've built myself, some that I've shared with other members of my organization, and some that I've followed that are expert playlists. I can jump back into them at a click of a button from this page here as well. So if I jump down to my example here, and you'll see the sheer amount of test examples I have. If I jump into the our test playlist here, you'll see I've made this up of just that chapter in a book that we mentioned earlier on. But the other things I can do here are to add distinct sections. So if you're building up something that's a bit more of a longer program and you wanted to break that down into modules or weeks, if it were for an onboarding session for your colleagues, for example, you can easily do that from here as well. This will then, you can sort of click and drag anything in here as well. So it's very easy to move things around and sort of organize that in a nice structure. And then the other thing that you can do is you can also add individual notes against the titles there as well. So if there's a particular key learning objective you found in one of those chapters, then you can highlight that for your other colleagues or even for just for yourself as well. Then in terms of sharing that, there's a number of different sharing options you have available. The default will always be that private playlist, so don't worry about other people seeing your playlist while they're in progress. And that will be one that's purely for you. Generally, that will be future skills that you want to learn. Maybe you want to have some reference where in an easy place for you to come back to later on. Then you have the option to share with other colleagues. So for those of you at Commerce Bank, that will be the rest of your Commerce Bank employees. For me, this is O'Reilly Media staff. And that means that you can then share that with other colleagues. You can help pinpoint the best content in those different areas and help direct your colleagues to some of the great finds on O'Reilly. And then the last option is to make that a completely public playlist, which means it will be searchable and browsable by kind of the millions of other learners on O'Reilly. But typically we see that the most relevance is in sharing that with your company employees and having that second option there. Once you select one of the non-private options, you will then be able to send emails out to your colleagues from the platform, or you can copy that link and position that within Slack, within an email, or any other sort of communication that you might be having. So I think that hits the main points for today in terms of getting started with O'Reilly. I would very much encourage you to take a look at some of those live events. We get really great feedback from people in terms of the attendance there, and it's a great opportunity to be able to ask experts those questions. And the other thing I would say is picking your key topics as well, so you can quickly get in and see some of the most popular content in those areas and really sort of refine your experience within O'Reilly. But I think other than that, I think I've covered everything. Unless Ivo, anything that I may have missed, you think?
No, I think you covered everything. Just, yeah.
I have a question actually. Maybe I missed that information, but is it possible to download a book on your phone and just to have an access offline? Because I didn't catch that.
Yeah, sure thing. So you can't download from the desktop platform, but if you download the O'Reilly mobile app, that will give you the ability to save titles offline, whether it be a book or a video, and then you can watch it on the move if you're away from signal, if you just want to have access to that. And then your progress will resync when you come back online with it as well. So you don't lose any of that kind of seamless nature between the mobile and the desktop.
We've also added thousands of audiobooks in the last few months as well. So there's a really nice experience on the mobile app where you can obviously listen to those audiobooks on the go, in the gym, or whatever you like, you know. So
yeah.
I encourage you to use that as well.
Thanks. So it's not only the website, also the mobile application,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the last point as well, sometimes I get the question about this, but there's everything is available to you. When you have an O'Reilly seat, you can attend as many live events as you want to, read as many book titles, as many videos. There's no kind of limits to your access there. So feel free for those of you that do have access to really make the most of it and engage in the many different ways that we have on offer. But any other questions at all?
Actually, when you have the premium account, you have access to all of the books and webinars, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as soon as you have access, everything is available to you. Yeah.
Okay, but also if you have normal physical books, you can add them somewhere. Just mark something for it. Like how to compare those books that you have on your hand to this application? Did you think about it?
In terms of having the physical book equivalents, well, we've tried to make the experience as similar as possible with things like the highlighting and adding notes is, similar to being able to get your highlighter pen out, add post-it notes into the book. We have a lot of sort of anecdotal feedback of people that just prefer the experience of it being online, being able to do really specific searches within the title. And, some of the books are pretty weighty tomes when they're in physical format to flick through the pages and things. So, many of our learners do have physical books on their bookshelf as well, but just prefer the experience of being able to quickly search, even copy text out if there's great bits of code, for example, similar as you would do in other kind of online forms.
And for very advanced learners, they probably need a lot more books, but they would need to jump into a specific chapter in a book. So for cost purposes, it doesn't make sense to buy hundreds of books for them. It makes sense to have access to a digital platform that they can search and quickly find answers when they need them, to then apply them to their day-to-day job. So yeah, I think that's how our customers kind of tend to use it a lot.
Mm.
Great.
Awesome. So let me stop sharing for a moment and just see if we have any questions anywhere in chat, for example. I don't think so. No, it looks like we're clear there. Any last questions from the room?
And tomorrow, James will present the interactive piece. So with the interactive learning, you can actually, try all the coding out yourself right in your browser. So you don't need to download any programs, anything. You just log in and you can start, playing in the cloud environment or, coding Java or Python. So yeah, I encourage you to attend that.
Yeah. So in that case, then, thank you very much for everyone joining online and in person. And of course, we'll have our stand over tomorrow. So if you've got any other questions for those of you live here, then feel free to reach out.